Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin. It is not day one. It is not day two. It is now day three of this fantastic and unprecedented contest. I am Dustin Childs, a senior communications manager here at the Zero Day Initiative. We are the sole adjudicators of PWN2OWN, and I'm happy to be back with you. We've had so much fun over the first 2 days. We've awarded $777,000, 500. So, excuse me, let me say that right. We've awarded $777,500 over the first 2 days. Oof, that's a lot. And it's fantastic. We've got 16 more attempts to go. Right now, the Synactive team is leading in the Master of Pwn standings by a total of 1 point. So, anything can happen over these next couple of days. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hey, also, I noticed we've had a few problems on the YouTubes. The stream's not so good. Maybe flip over to Twitch, twitch.com/trendmicroevents. Maybe you get a little bit better feed out of there. We're still kind of troubleshooting the YouTube feed and what's going on with that. And I also realized I don't have my LED lights on, so that's probably part of the reason. So anyway, let's get right to the competition. Our first event of the day, we have Martin Rachmaninoff, who's targeting the Western Digital MyCloud Pro Series PR 4100 in the NAS category. At stake today is $40,000 and 4 Master of Pwn points. And if we get this, check this out. If he gets the full award here for PWN2OWN in 2021, that's the spring events plus this one, we'll be over $2 million for the year. Whoa! If you had told me at the beginning of the year that we were going to do over $2 million in PWN2OWN in 2021, I would have said that you were smoking some COVID. I don't know what I would have told you, but it would not have been, I would not have believed you. But here we are, and I think we're going to hit it today. So it's amazing. So without further ado, let me hand it off to my colleague, Matt Powell, who is in Austin and ready to run us through this first attempt. I've told each one will take a little bit, so we'll see how it goes.
All right. Thank you, Dustin. Martin, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Kevin, can you start the timer, please? All right. Best of luck.
Now, in speaking with Matt before this attempt, he did let me know that each attempt was going to take a few minutes. So this is not one where we expect to hit the enter button and then, poof, hooray. But I feel positive. I'm a positive sort of person. So I feel positive that we're going to come to something good is going to kick us off on day 3 of the contest here. Matt's already laughing at me saying, no, I don't know.
A watched shell never pops.
That's true. That's very true. Now, a word about timing here, because I see this reported in the press every now and then, and it frustrates me. You'll see some headline about whether it's this contest or another contest about some product that's exploited in 5 seconds. And that's just not true. The demonstration may take 5 seconds long, but the research leading up to that exploit being run is usually worth weeks, and if not months of research, testing and retesting and, exploiting and trying again before you get to the demonstration at all. So don't let those headlines of, whatever, widget maker 5,000 hacked in 30 seconds. Those are just headlines, folks. And they actually have people who write headlines specifically, and they're what we call failed reporters. So just keep that in mind when you're reading headlines. Matt doesn't understand I speak the truth when it comes to the industry. However, if you're really into headlines, the Register has some of the best in the industry. Their headlines do make me laugh quite a bit. Check them out, theregister.co.uk. So let's see, we're probably a couple minutes into this attempt so far.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, halfway through our first attempt. So as a reminder, we have 5-minute attempts. You get 3 5-minute attempts within a 20-minute window. And I believe the plan here is if we're not successful on this first attempt, we're going to immediately roll into a second attempt. Again, because there's some timing issues with this particular exploit that it needs a moment, which is fine. You know what? I roll out of bed first thing in the morning. I need a moment as well. And here we are, first one of the contest. Poor exploit hasn't even had his coffee yet.
Yes.
I do like the fact that the temperature has remained steady throughout this entire attempt. So like I said, we get a 20-minute window. We get 3 5-minute attempts within that 20-minute window. And then hopefully we'll get a success, in which case they will go off to, I still say the disclosure room, as though we're all here together, but really it's just a different Zoom call where they go through the details and the specifics of everything that they're looking at. And, we'll find out whether or not there's any duplicate bugs used. The PR4100 has been widely exploited in this contest, along with several other devices. The Cisco router has also been a very popular target. Hey, he laughed and it wasn't at a joke. Okay, so that's good.
Yeah.
Looks like something is going on here. Looks like probably verifying right now. The temperature went up as well.
It's just gonna move the window, make it real small.
Oh, look at that. Forget the temperature.
Give
Look
us
at the
just a
version
minute.
number.
Let me see. Let's take a picture.
Nice.
That was
Give
not
us
the
a second,
version
let's
number
put
we
it-
started with this morning. Matt, are we able to show a screen here?
1 minute, sir. Doing a little sanitization.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't give away too much information before Western Digital has a chance to patch this. We do practice
All
coordinated
right.
disclosure. We want to make sure that they have plenty of time to correct this issue, address the issue.
All right. Hey, Kevin, we're good to share the screen.
Well, there you go.
Congratulations.
That is a great way to kick off day 3 of PWN 2021.
Show me the money.
That's right. And hey, that is a fantastic way to kick off the third day of the competition, like I said. Excuse me. We've got a great show planned for you today. Coming up next, we have the Synactive team targeting the LAN interface. Let me see. My teleprompter's frozen. The Cisco RV340 router. And then later this afternoon, yesterday we had a great interview with Dragos Ryu and James Forshaw. Today we have a great interview. Dragos is interviewing Natalie Silvanovich of Google Project Zero. That is coming up after the attempt at 1400 Eastern, so 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Central. Watch that attempt, which is Chris Anastasio attacking the Lexmark printer. So watch Chris do that, and then we can go into, you can stick around and watch that interview with Natalie. Excuse me. As you can see, our PWN standings, here we are for Master of PWN. And like I said, the Synactive team, just a 1-point lead right now. So I'm sure they're scratching for every point. Dev Core team is coming up right behind them pretty quick. I think Star Lab still has a few exploits to go. So definitely some intrigue, some reason to stick around for day 3 and day 4. Some really good stuff coming up, folks. And I mean it, including, I know maybe I oversold the Synology one yesterday when it played Baby Shark for me. But let's just say I've been told there's another musical number in my future. That's all I'm going to say. I don't want to give away too much. I don't want to oversell, but I'm looking forward to it. It's thunderous. That's all I'm going to say. I got a little tease there, but you're going to have to stick around. So until then, coming down, my voice coming up at 10:30, the Synactive team targeting the LAN interface of the Cisco. Stick around, enjoy the stuff. Until then, I'll see you at 10:30.
wanna go anywhere with you. It's funny to think that I want to. Look at the time it's been on my mind, how great it would be without you. And on, this is so much fun. You make me feel like I'm nothing. And when you scream, this is so unfair, it's easy to see why I'm leaving. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone. And on, this is so much fun. You make me feel like I'm nothing. And when you scream, this is so unfair, it's easy to see why I'm leaving. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone. Pull another piece away, nurtured in this slow decay. Fingernails, they scratch and tear the shell around the bone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second attempt of day 3 here at PWN2OWN Austin 2021. Again, I am Dustin Childs, your host for the last 2 days today and our unprecedented 4th day tomorrow. Whew, 4 days worth of PWN2OWN. Never in the history of PWN2OWN have we had to go to 4 days, but tomorrow we make history once again. So we saw our first attempt succeed. They're off verifying that right now. I've got a beautiful screenshot to post of that version number that did get changed on the device once that goes. So that as soon as that hits, I will be tweeting that out. Where, you ask? Well, that's a fine question. At the ZDI, that's our Twitter handle. That's where I'll be tweeting everything out. I'll also be updating the blog throughout the day at zerodayinitiative.com/blog. You can check that out there. I've also posted a link to Missed Anything Yesterday. We have this sweet little recap video, only about 3 minutes long. Won't take too much of your time. Get you all caught up on the yesterday's events. Got one for day 1 as well. Both of those linked out on that blog. Or hit us up on our YouTube channel. I mean, you're watching us there right now in between times, so you got some time. Look it up, see how it goes. Coming up next, we head to our Toronto office. PWN2OWN Austin is so big, we had to bring in this whole other country called Canada. So we are going to Vincent in our Toronto office. He is going to take us through the next attempt, which is Synactive, the team that is currently leading in the Master of PWN standings. They will be targeting the LAN interface of the Cisco RV340 router. At stake is $15,000 and 2 Master of PWN points. They tend to have a lot of flair in their attempts, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what this group has for us against the LAN interface of the Cisco router. So with that, I'll throw it up north to Vincent and say, Vincent, good morning. Let's get rolling. How are we doing up there?
Good morning, Dustin. Thank you. And I think we're ready to go, and we can actually show the VM of this attempt. So Kevin, could you please share the screen? Watch everything together.
This is a special treat.
Okay, and Kevin, could you please, are we ready to run the exploit?
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, so Kevin, please start the timer, and in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh wow, that was instantaneous. And yeah, we got a shell. Yeah, ID.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that was quick. Well, that was a nice, slick little demonstration there. That didn't take much time. Didn't take a lot of drama.
Show me the money.
I still liked it. Hey, a success is a success. It doesn't have to be flashy. It doesn't have to be showy. That's some really cool research that we just saw right there. But that's real time. So the first one of the day, I told you, don't take too much count, like if it hacked in 5 seconds. That's what they say. It's like it got hacked in 3 seconds. That's what they mean. But I'm sure if you talk to the folks at Synactive, they would tell you that they worked on that probably for several weeks ahead of time. So they hacked it in a month or two, not in 2 seconds. But boy, does it make for a nice quick demo, doesn't it? I mean, just like boop, and there you go. You got your shell. Quick reminder of the prizes for Master of PWN. There we've got the overall trophy here, which is our platinum record, and of course 2, actually count them 2, not just 1 but 2 jean jackets saying Master of PWN with a bunch of other amazing patches on there. And you know what we're going to do? We're even going to load up the pockets of the jean jackets with a bunch of stickers. So boom, stickers. And who doesn't want stickers? I know everybody does. So that's what we got. Coming up next at the 11 o'clock hour Eastern, we have the team. No, I'm not saying those names. Okay. We got Alexander, Timo, and Dimitri of F-Secure Labs. Sorry, gents. I would ruin your last names if I even attempted them. But they will be targeting the HP Color LaserJet MFP M283 FDW in the printer category. So that'll be really neat. I think this is perhaps a musical entry that we could be looking at. So definitely, if you're a music lover or a lover of exploits with a lot of flair, might want to tune back in for this one because it's probably going to be pretty good. I definitely am on pins and needles waiting for it. Baby Shark yesterday was pretty cool. I think we can get a little bit cooler. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, congrats to the Synactive team for their successful demo. And stay tuned on Twitter as we confirm these. I'll update on Twitter at the ZDI, as well as on our blog. Again, 11 o'clock, HP laser jet printer. I'm going to go get some tea to make sure that I can actually speak for the rest of the day. And I will see you back at 11. Take care. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin 2021. I am your host, Dustin Childs, Senior Communications Manager here at the Zero Day Initiative. We are able, I think, to take a look into Toronto real quick. I believe we are still undergoing the disclosure process right there. Yep, that is Vincent in the disclosure room, currently on the phone with one of the vendors and the contestant, going through their latest. I believe that was the Synactive one. And we can confirm now that was a collision. Although it was a successful attempt, the bugs used, it was a 3-bug chain used by the Synactive team, was actually seen previously in the contest. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means it was a successful demonstration, so they still get financially compensated. I tried, it's still an unpatched bug. No free bugs here at PWN2OWN. Never have been, never will be. So they get $7,500 and 1 more point towards Master of PWN. They now have a 2-point lead over DevCore with 14 now entries to go. So again, she's nip, she's tuck, she's right there. That battle for Master of PWN, it's a tough one, because people heard that I'm putting stickers in the jacket, and then they said we got to get that jacket, and that's what it means to them. Now, I'm kind of slow rolling on our next demonstration, because I'm giving you all time. Get your coworkers, get your significant other, get your spouse, your husband, your wife, your whatever, your life partner, whatever it may be. Bring them. Get your kids. This is going to be a good one for the kids too. This is going to be a cool one. I may be overselling it. I don't know. I'm really anticipating this one a lot. I hope it's going to be as good as I think it's going to be. No pressure to Ziad or anyone else who's involved in this. But we're going to here back to Austin. We'll be looking at an HP Color LaserJet printer, the team from F-Secure Labs, Alexander, Timo, and Dimitri. And they will be targeting that HP LaserJet printer. Ziad, I hand it over to you, and I really hope you turn the knob up to 11.
Thank you, Dustin. So guys, what are we going to expect out of the exploit?
Well, there should be a clear indication of a successful exploit. There won't be anything special on the screen this time, but there should be a clear indication.
So it's a
Let's see whether it works.
Okay.
It's a surprise, yeah.
Let's do this. Kevin, will you please start the timer? Okay. Here we go.
Okay. See it popped up there.
It might take a minute or so.
Yep.
Right. Now, again, that's not unusual. I mean, not all of these exploits are instantaneous, and that's fine. They don't have
Dustin,
to be.
be quiet.
Have to work within
Dustin, be quiet.
period.
Dustin, be quiet. You can barely hear it. Can you hear that? It's playing ACDC
I can barely hear.
Thunderstruck.
That's amazing.
Inside
okay,
the printer.
That's a new one on me. Congratulations. I'm speechless. The team from F-Secure Labs managed to play
Show me the money.
ACDC's Thunderstruck on a printer. I'm going to say that again because that was crazy. The team from F-Secure Labs managed to play. Well, I can't even get it out. The team from F-Secure Labs managed to play AC/DC's Thunderstruck on an HP LaserJet printer. Wow. I mean, again, if I'm sitting in my home office and all of a sudden my printer starts playing AC/DC, I'm actually not too disappointed. I like the AC/DC. But then, once I recover from my headbanging escapades, I will think to myself, well, now what do I do? Is Zeppelin next? I have no idea. Why is my printer playing music? That's pretty awesome. I can't wait to read the white paper on that. I can't wait to see all the details on that. I think we might even have to do a special YouTube video of that with a little bit better audio. We'll take one of these nicer mics and I'm going to mic up a printer. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mic up a printer and record that one because that's pretty cool. So now, believe it or not, they still have to go into the disclosure room and talk about the details and explain, why Thunderstruck? Why not Highway to Hell? I mean, it's also a good option. And really, if you're talking about, IoT exploits, not exactly off-brand either. So regardless, an amazing demonstration, super cool, and thanks to the F-Secure team for bringing a little bit more humor into the PWN2OWN Austin. You know, I like me some humor, so anytime we can get a cool demonstration like that, I'm happy to see it. Okay, next up is another. Our next challenge is going to be at 12 o'clock Eastern, so we've got a little bit of time. But this one is also going to be a special one. Normally, when we do any product at PWN2OWN, we have the most recent publicly available version. Western Digital actually wanted us to include the beta version of this product, the 3 terabyte MyCloud Home personal cloud NAS device. They wanted the beta version included. It actually moves a completely different operating system, going from what's current production to the beta version. The Star Labs team took on that challenge, and they're going to present their findings here at noon Eastern, so in a little less than an hour. That'll be pretty cool. I'm really looking forward to seeing the beta stuff too. Again, it doesn't have to be a musical entry for it to be cool. It doesn't have to flash and do anything else. But yeah, it should be really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Until then, we've got our recap video from yesterday in case you missed anything, and just kind of hang out and enjoy the stream. We'll be back after a while. Follow me on Twitter @TheZDI, and stay tuned to the blog, zerodayinitiative.com/blog. I'll be updating everything there as we get it. And yeah, we'll see you at noon. Take care. Welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin 2021, where our second day of competition was even busier and more intriguing than the first. Our day began with the NCC group needing all 3 attempts to compromise the Western Digital MyCloud Pro NAS.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a fist pump. There we go. Holy cow.
No.
Nicely done, gentlemen. But their successful attempt and their quick thinking set the tone for the day. This was just one of 8 winning entries during the day. Trich also used nearly all his available time before compromising the Cisco RV340 router via the WAN interface.
Oh yeah.
Another big highlight of the day was when the Synactive team took over the Sonos One speaker to serenade us with a stirring rendition of Baby Shark. Oh, there we go. So when you can take over a smart speaker and make it play enough music so that you don't get a copyright strike from YouTube, that's a winning entry in my book. Of course, not everything went smoothly for all contestants. 5 entries today resulted in bug collisions, mostly due to exploits that had already been used by a competitor during the competition.
You can, Kevin, stream the camera, the overhead camera. Yep.
Okay, pop and calc, old school. In these cases, the researcher still receives financial compensation and Master of PWN points, just not at the same level as the person who first used the exploit. Our daytime entries also saw 1 failure, as the Moss offensive team could not get their exploit against the TP-Link router to work within the time allotted.
Yeah, I think it's a failed attempt.
It's a fair attempt.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. As we wrapped our live stream for day 2, we had awarded $332,500 for 14 unique bugs. Once the cameras were off, PWN2OWN After Dark continued late into the evening as 9 more entries were completed. This evening session proved to be quite hard-hitting, as only the NCC group and DevCore teams walked away with successful exploits of the Lexmark printer. The remaining attempts all either met with failure or bug collisions. With the evening session complete, it brings the Day 2 total awards to $415,000, and we're at $777,500 for the entire event so far. The Synactive team maintains a small lead over the DevCore team in the Master of PWN standings, but with 16 entries left over the next 2 days, anything is possible. Join us on our 3rd day of competition as we have 12 more entries lined up, with 4 more on our unprecedented 4th day of PWN2OWN. Stick around for more great research and to see who claims the title of Master of PWN.
shadow in this place, a place within your heart, and gone without a trace. I'm but a hollow, a ghost out in the rain, an image and photo, and then gone without a trace. Corner, question why I'm here at all. Nothing equals nothing, divide by zero, don't recall. What am I really proving while that life on my face? Someone barely remembered and then gone without a trace. Gone without a trace. No need to look around for me. I'm going home to sleep. I don't need to interface or plaster on this dumb fake smile. This just isn't my thing. Who flower on the wall, blurring hours and minutes, question why I'm here at all. What am I really doing, stepping out into the race? Someone barely remembered and then gone without a trace. Gone without a trace. No need to look around for me. I'm going home to sleep. I don't need to interface or plaster on this dumb fake smile. This just isn't my thing. Gone without a trace. No need to look around for me. I'm going home to sleep. I don't need to interface or plaster on this dumb fake smile. This just isn't my thing. Gone without a trace. No need to look around for me. I'm going home to sleep. I don't need to interface or plaster on this dumb fake smile. This just isn't my thing.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to a very exciting day 3 of PWN2OWN Austin 2021. If you missed our last entry, you missed something cool. Go check it out on Twitter at the ZDI. The team from F-Secure turned an HP LaserJet printer into a jukebox, played us some Thunderstruck. It was really cool to hear AC/DC coming out of a printer. I asked if they would do certain deeds at various prices, and they said they would do ordinary tasks at reasonable wages. I said, sorry, I only need dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Sorry. So we have to just agree on that one. Coming up next, we've got an exciting target from the Star Labs. They are actually going to be looking at the beta version of the 3 terabyte MyCloud home personal cloud from WD. Whew, that's a mouthful. And again, this is the beta version. So the big key difference here is they switched operating systems from going from a Linux base to an Android base, I believe is what I was told. So it is a really big difference between the production from what we've seen so far to the beta. Now with the beta, it becomes a little higher price. On the line here is $45,000, and I believe 5 points towards Master of Pwn is what we're looking at. So this could really some interesting stuff if we are able to see this occur. So I think I'm handing this over to Matt. I know we're in Austin for this attempt. So yeah, Matt, there you are. And let's go ahead and get started. I'll hand it over to you. Let's see what we got.
All right. Thank you, Dustin. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. Hey, Kevin, can you start the timer for us, please? All right, gentlemen, best of luck.
I was just about to ask how long it was going to take. I think I just have my answer.
Very fast.
Although at this point, I'm expecting
Beautiful
a device to explode into flames or something along those lines.
All right, Kevin, can you share the screen, please?
Yep.
We are root.
That is a nice looking UID. Yeah, get that tail out of here. That's nothing but success. Nicely done, gentlemen. Nicely done.
Show me the money.
And as I said, that's a 45,000. It once confirmed. Again, we have to confirm it. I can't imagine there would be any collisions here because so far it's the only one that we'd have. But maybe there's something that did transfer along the way, so we do have to confirm it. They're off to the disclosure room to talk through all the details of that very, very quick thing. And again, don't believe any hype that it was hacked in 5 seconds. I'm sure the Star Labs team worked for weeks and weeks and weeks to get that exploit working. I know just the upgrade path from the regular MyCloud Home to getting to the beta is kind of a challenge. So they just navigating that. They were definitely looking for the harder road, as it were. And let me see here. Just want to confirm the NAS category. Oh, that's right. I had to put it in a separate blog, didn't I? Yep, $45,000 and 5 Master of Pwn points on the line. And Star Labs is right in the mix of the Master of Pwn race too. They are currently sitting there with 7 points. This would bump them up to 12 and into 3rd place. So, there's a lot on the line with this once we confirm it. So definitely stay tuned on Twitter at the ZDI. See all of our results there. And again, if you haven't checked that out, there's a video with audio about the printer playing some Thunderstruck for me. Check that out. Again, all of the results are live on our blog, zerodayinitiative.com/blog. We're also posting links to the recap videos for day 1 and day 2. If you haven't checked those out, please do take a look at those as well. Coming up next, we have a PWN2OWN veteran, but we haven't seen this individual in a while, so we're excited to have him back. That's Stephen Fewer of Realize Software. He will be targeting the LAN interface of the Cisco RV340 in the router category. And if I'm correct, I think this might be the last entry that gets run from our Toronto office. So I know we'll be in Toronto for this next attempt at 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central, and definitely be looking forward to that. Stephen's a great researcher. He's done some great stuff over the years. Super excited to have him back at PWN2OWN. So until then, just go enjoy some good stuff on Twitter, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin for 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Senior Communications Manager here at the Zero Day Initiative, your adjudicators for PWN2OWN and all things pretty much groovy if you really get down to it. We are now ready for our fifth competition. Before we hit our fifth entry for the day, let me catch you up on a little what's going on. The Western Digital beta that you just saw beforehand, still in adjudication, still talking that out with the contestants and the vendors, so I don't have a final answer for you yet. But again, on the line there is $45,000 and 5 Master of PWN points. If all $45,000 is awarded, then that would mean we are very, very close to $900,000 for the event. And I can tell you right now, our budget was not that. So we had to do a few things to get some people on board, but they're on board. They're with us now, so we have the budget. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep paying full price for every unique bug chain. We're going to keep awarding every successful demonstration. Whew. You know, we got a few more to go. Long afternoon, a little bit of tomorrow. We're going to do it. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through. All right. I'm excited about our next attempt because, like I said, this is a person who's participated before in PWN2OWN, but not for a few years. Stephen Fewer from Realize Software Limited will be targeting the LAN interface of the Cisco RV340 router. And I'm going to go back to Toronto, and I don't know if I'm tossing to KP or Vincent, but someone up in Toronto will take care of us, and we'll go from there.
Hello, Dustin. It's me again. So
well, hello,
are we
Vincent.
ready, Stephen?
Yep, good here.
Hey, double thumbs up. So Kevin, could you start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So I see some activity. Oh, it tells me to go get my root shell. So we're getting a bind shell, and I got the shell immediately. So let me verify. I have a root shell. So new name. Okay, so let me just clean up a little bit, and we can show the screen. Kevin, could you share the screen, please? And yeah, that was a successful demonstration. Thank you, and
thank you, Vincent.
Outstanding. That's what we like to see. You know, quick and right to the point. And again, that's not
show me
to hack that router. That's weeks of work and a 5-second demonstration. So very happy to see that. Always great to see a successful demonstration, especially one that's just, you know, hey, let's press the button. Boom, we take it over. Nice, I like it. So now, of course, Stephen and Vincent will go off into the disclosure room, disclosure Zoom, as it were, and they'll talk through the details, and we'll see whether or not that Cisco router has been targeted quite a bit throughout the contest. Hopefully, fingers crossed, unique bugs. If not, collision. Again, still financially compensated, still Master of PWN points, just not at the same rate as if everything would be, you know, original. So, and again, the Master of PWN, overall winner of PWN2OWN, you get this amazing platinum record. You get the jacket. Guitar is not included, but the actual guitar there, more of a showpiece than a real guitar. I can hook you up, though. If you need a guitar, I know a guy who knows a guy, so we can make that happen. Coming up next, though, we have Sam Thomas from the Pentest Limited team. He will be targeting the Samsung Galaxy S21 in the mobile phone category. So I'm excited for this. We have seen the Samsung Galaxy be compromised, but it was a bug collision with apparently the bug was submitted to the vendor just a couple days ago. That's interesting. In past contests, we have had competitors submit bugs to vendors that they think their competition is going to use. Did that happen in this case? I don't know. I didn't ask Sam that. I didn't ask anyone else that. But if coincidences are just coincidences, why do they feel so contrived? I don't know. Also, I have a gigantic store of tinfoil right here at my feet. I keep tinfoil with me at all times because in this line of work, you never know when you're going to need a new tinfoil hat. So I like some of those conspiracy theories that I make up. Anyway, Samsung Galaxy S21 is going to be at 1300 Eastern, 1700 GMT. I believe Sam is in jolly old England, which is what us in the colonies refer to it as, or at least in this room we do. And I expect some really, really interesting stuff from that. Hopefully it'll be a great demo, and good luck to Sam. And congratulations to Stephen Fewer on his successful entry. And as we get more results confirmed, I will be putting them on Twitter at the ZDI, and of course, as always, on our blog, zerodayinitiative.com/blog. So until 1300, take care, maybe get a little lunch, and I'll see you then.
Voices color your daydreams. Oh, the way that you love them so much. Poison that's eating its way in, keeping me out of your touch. In the light we can see you it's over. In the dark we can make it all right. Like the thorns that accompany roses, I'll be here holding on tight. For the cold creeping in from the inside, mistaking your heart for your mind, peddling gifts of forgiveness doesn't redeem all the spite. Some things don't last for forever, especially if you don't try. Ivy blocks out all the window, digging its way deep inside.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day
We're
three.
on day three.
Day 3 of PWN2OWN Austin 2021. I am Dustin Childs, and joining me right now is Tony Fuller, DevSecOps engineer here within the Zero Day Initiative. Tony, how we doing today?
Doing pretty good. It's day 3, but keeping it together just like everyone else.
Good, awesome. This is your first full PWN2OWN, correct?
That's right. I waited long enough. PWN2OWN came to me, so
Oh, that's
out.
impressive.
Worked out.
I've never had a PWN2OWN come to me before. I've always had to go to one, but I like traveling, so that's okay.
Okay.
So Tony's been shadowing a bunch of folks as we do some stuff, so it'd be great to get his unique impression of the contest as we go through, especially looking at our next contestant. Sam Thomas is a repeat PWN2OWN contestant, repeat from this year as well as previous contest. He will be targeting the Samsung Galaxy S21 in the mobile phone category. Up is $50,000 and 5 points towards Master of Pwn, so a pretty significant payout. And we're here in Austin for this one, and I'm handing it off to Ziad. So Ziad, why don't you go ahead and take it away, and we'll see if this is a short or a long demonstration. Okay, I think we've got some microphone problems in Ziad's room. So you've been in the room where the attempt,
okay, so
correct?
Sam, what can we see out of the exploit?
I've been able to see in person. It's a lot of input. Let's just say that.
Definitely can be sensory overload. You've got devices there, you've got screens there, you've got the contestant there.
Yes. You have timers that you have to keep track of. Luckily, there are people helping
Right.
with that.
Sam, can you hear me?
And then if something goes
Okay.
wrong, you
Yeah,
have to go off.
Kevin, would you please start the timer?
Work with the contestant to
Right.
solve problems. So that's probably the biggest thrill of being in person.
Yeah. So we've got our timers out. We look like we're ready to run.
Okay, let's do this.
Wait, but Kevin didn't.
Kevin, did you start the timer? Okay, there we go.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're launching something here. And it ends in Sam Homed. I'm guessing that's the
I think
intended
that might be
consequence.
it.
Yeah.
I think that might be it. That's not a Samsung app, is it?
I don't think so. Hang on. We're installing some more information, some other stuff here. Now, again,
Waiting.
installing a rogue app onto a mobile phone is essentially just like taking it over, because you can give yourself all sorts of permissions when you install your rogue app.
There are a number of security enhancements for mobile phones, though. Hopefully, you can't just install any app by plugging into a USB at the airport, right?
Oh, who would do that?
Yeah.
I don't go wandering
Never
around
heard
just
of
plugging
that.
things into random USBs.
You don't use random chargers on your phone?
No, I don't.
Okay. I do not either.
I take gigantic batteries with me so that, first of all, it hurts my back. And then second of all, I can charge whatever I need to just
There
off
you
that
go.
battery.
Have you ever been kicked off a flight with a giant battery pack?
No, I've never had one that big.
Okay. These are tiny, giant battery packs.
Yes,
Okay,
yes. About the
okay.
size of my hand.
Okay.
So somewhat reasonable at least. Okay. It still does say installing. It doesn't look like there's any errors.
I do love that background.
I was just thinking that it reminded me of a lamp.
Lava lamp, yes. And for those who might have played around with it, Winamp, any of the
Oh, yes.
visualizations in Winamp when you're listening to music, maybe they have
It
some
really
nice
whips the
music.
llamas. Well, I won't say that.
That's right.
It's a family show.
All about the llama.
But yeah, the old Winamp visualizations, definitely can see some stuff there. Okay, I think we're probably getting close to about 2 minutes. As a reminder, of course, you have 3 5-minute attempts within a 20-minute window. So even if this one does not work within a 5-minute window, we've got other chances to try. Oh, we see we are down to just over 2 minutes in this attempt.
Sam, we cannot hear you, Sam.
Sorry. Yeah, I would have expected it to install by now, but
Okay.
we may as well just leave it. If anything else is going to be a fail, then
So we're gonna.
Ask them if you want to wait or not.
Do you want to wait any longer for the past 5 minutes to pass, or we can move on to the second attempt?
yeah. Do you want to call it a fail and kill this?
Computer games.
Solitaire. That was about Mike Wilson.
Solitaire. That's better.
Actually, if you go back in time enough, there's this game called Myst, and that was before the internet really took off, and I played a lot of Myst. So they're calling that first attempt a failure, so they're going to reset some things. Maybe check out 1 or 2 things on the environment variables for that. Now, have you seen one? Have you been in the room for a failure, or have you only seen the successes?
For any product or specifically mobile
Well, for
phones?
Specifically just for in this contest.
Oh yes, I think I've it's day 3. I've definitely seen the gamut of the collision, the success, also the failure as well. I think I've seen them all.
So what's
far.
it like in that room? Obviously, we can't show in that room while they're talking, potential O days. But what's it like in that room for the people who are setting things up? And what's your feel of the contestant when you're going after something fails?
It's definitely depends. It's based on personality. There's the more laid back people that are just able to ingest what has happened and continue moving forward. What I've noticed is that these contestants have had the foresight to add a debug mode to a lot of their scripts, and so when everything is being set up, they will be asked, would you like to run debug mode on? And then, that puts the contestant at an advantage because they get more information real time. But, the flip side of that is sometimes
Okay,
we're not
Dustin,
able to
so we're going to try the second attempt.
that information.
Okay, we're ready to do our second try here.
Will you
So,
start the timer,
fingers
please, Kevin?
crossed.
Okay, and we're ready to go.
Okay, launching again. But if you're a potential PWN2OWN contestant, take that to heart about the debug mode. That's some quality
and
insider right
that's
there.
a success.
Look at that.
That's new.
Hey, there you go. Congratulations. That definitely looks like a successful. Awesome. Nicely done, Sam. Congratulations.
Okay,
Show me the money.
So that was a great demonstration. We took 2 tries, but at least we made it there on the second try. Okay, so that's great. Love a little drama. I could stand a little less drama, actually, moving on throughout the rest of the contest. I think I've had enough. But you know what? That's fine. We have now going to take Sam into that disclosure Zoom call, and he's going to go through all of the details of that. And then we'll get on the phone with Samsung and go through all the details with them as well. Just a reminder, the vendors receive information about these vulnerabilities once we've confirmed them. Once we've confirmed it's a real vuln, we hand it over to the vendor, and then they are able to go work on a patch for release to the public. We also have some accountability on that. If they do not have a patch available within 120 days, we go public with some of the information. So it gives enterprises something a little extra that they can use to defend against unpatched vulnerabilities, which, hey, there's a lot of them out there, and we can do what we can to patch as many as we can. Coming up next at 1400 hours is the Synactive team returning again. They will be targeting the 3 terabyte MyCloud home personal cloud from WD in the NAS category. That will be worth $40,000 and 4 Master of PWN points. Synactive, again, is in the lead for the Master of PWN But there's still a lot of time left to go. DevCore returns, tomorrow. They've got some stuff going on. Anything can happen. Following the attempt at 2 o'clock, we've got a great interview between Dragos Ryu, who's the conference organizer of PACSEC, and Natalie, and I'm going to mispronounce Natalie's name unless I pull it up. Let me pull it up here real quickly. Natalie Silvanovich, Natalie Silvanovich from Google Project Zero sits down with Dragos. They have a great talk. They talk about her career and reversing and a lot of different things. So it's a really good talk. Stick around for that. In the meantime, we've got almost an hour to go about 45 minutes before our next time. So grab yourself some snacks, grab a lunch. Yeah, take some time, get some food, recharge, fuel your body, and then join us back here at 1400 Eastern, 1300 Central for the Synactive exploit and then the interview with Natalie and Dragos. I'll see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Senior Communications Manager here for the Zero Day Initiative. Folks, we are on the down slope. We had 58 entries in this PWN2OWN contest. Coming up next, 50. Number 50. Okay, 50. That's what I'm saying. It is the 50th entry of the contest. I've been looking it up. I've been trying to find something else to compare to. Closest I can see is back in 2017 in Vancouver. I think we did about 29 entries, but about 8 of those either failed quickly or withdrawals. So yeah, this is an amazing contest that you all have enabled us to hold. And I say you all because, hey, without contestants, without people watching, we wouldn't be able to do this. So thank you to all the contestants. There's a lot that goes into being a contestant that I don't think a lot of people understand. For example, every entry has got to have a white paper behind it. Not just some cool code, not just an exploit, not just a little ACDC. Those help, but you have to have a full white paper and a full understanding of what you're talking about for it to be accepted to be even in the competition. So there's a lot of work that goes into this. All of the contestants should be applauded. And I think it's amazing that they are able to do that. Whew, gosh, it's a lot of work. But we are up to number 50 now. This is going to be the Synactive team targeting the 3 terabyte MyCloud home personal cloud from WD in the NAS category. At stake is $40,000 and 4 more points towards Master of PWN. We know the Synactive team is in the lead, and 4 points towards Master of PWN at this point could make it an insurmountable lead. So I'm sure that they are stressing a little bit. I think that they would like a blue jean jacket covered in patches, because who would not? But I also think that they want the title. So I'm going to hand it over to Matt. Again, we are back in Austin pretty much for the rest of this tournament. So Matt, I give you the floor, and I'll let you take it away, and let's see what you got for me this time.
Thank you, Dustin. Gentlemen, are you guys ready?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey, Kevin, can you start the timer, please? Gentlemen, everything look correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Now, I haven't checked with Matt ahead of time to see if we think this is going to be something quick or something that's going to be a couple minutes. So you and I will go on this journey together. That doesn't seem like an excited sigh. So I'm thinking we might be getting some results other than what is anticipated.
Go.
Then again, they could just be like me and sleep deprived and just running on caffeine and adrenaline. Because these Synactive folks, they have been busy this competition. They've had quite a few entries, so I know they have been working it.
Oh.
And again, there's a lot of
Good.
differences in variables. Oh,
Are we good?
Not yet, but maybe we will.
okay. So there's positive signs. That's good. The head nods from Matt are always a positive outlook as well.
Are we doing on time?
Total time we have.
You've got just under 3 minutes, Matt, so you're doing fine on time for this attempt.
Thank you, thank you. Oh.
Yes.
Hold on, let me clear this up.
I'll turn that frown upside down right there.
All right.
Okay, I think
All right,
we have
Kevin,
some
you're
success.
free to share the screen, please.
Congratulations, folks. According to this,
Thank you.
it says I am now root. So congratulations. And
Show me the
all of their stuff. They will now head off to the disclosure room to talk about what they just did. This version of the NAS, we have two different Western Digital products in this competition. Since Western Digital is a partner for us, and we thank them for being a partner. This one has had fewer entries, so less chances of a collision. I don't know. There's still that chance there because, of course, it is not untouched in the competition. But yeah, certainly something to take a look at. And those Synactive folks, they're working it like Schuyler Sisters. I mean, they are on it, and very impressive showing so far throughout the day. Now, coming up next, we get another great look at the Platinum record here that very could well be hanging in the Synactive offices in the near future. Or who knows, DevCore could come back. Starlab still has a few entries as well. So it's still anyone's game. Just an update on the Samsung, the demonstration we saw before this one. That is still being adjudicated. Still on the phone with Samsung talking about the various nuances of that particular thing. So just stay tuned. Follow us on Twitter. We're at the ZDI. Follow our blog, zerodayinitiative.com/blog. You'll see all of our results there in one easy-to-read blog, one location, your one-stop shop for all PWN2OWN Austin 2021 information right there. So in the meantime, we'll have a special treat for us. Dragos has very kindly done a few interviews. I do want to say that we did have an interview with Halvar Flake lined up as well. However, he's had a personal family emergency, and we did not think it would be appropriate to air that interview. Our thoughts and prayers do go out to Halvar and his family. So just keep them send good thoughts his way. And in the meantime, Dragos and Natalie from Google Project Zero sit down and talk about a lot of different topics. So please stay tuned for the interview. I think it's really enlightening. And if not, we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock Eastern, 1500 for Chris Anastasio as he targets the Lexmark MC3224i printer. We'll see you then.
Good morning, and how are you?
Great.
As introduction for folks, this is our Exploit Hall of Fame, folks, of fame, where we interview and talk to folks who really moved the needle in terms of exploit research and trying to really archivally document some of the history and knowledge of all the changes that happen in this quickly moving area. So let's get your fancy title out here. And so I gave you a little bit of indication, sort of the way we're trying to walk through this. The first question is really simple. Give us your origin story, Uncle Natalie or Aunt Natalie, and how did we wind up here after so many years? What dragged you into this field, and tell us a little bit about how your career developed.
So I think compared to a lot of people in this space, I had a fairly traditional career path. So it started off, I got a little bit interested in security in high school. I was doing a science fair project and I started thinking about computer viruses and ended up doing this project where I implemented the very, very flawed idea of writing a computer virus that would get rid of all the other computer viruses. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
The fix it everything worm. Lots of people have gotten in trouble for those, haven't they?
Oh, I know. And even back then, I knew well enough not to set it free. But I did get my project done. So after that, I went to university. I did electrical engineering, and I'm looking at the co-op job posts. That's what they call internships in Canada. And yeah, I see a post for a junior hacker, and I'm like, wow, that is so amazing. So I ended up taking that job and working there for most of my university, and then staying at the same company for 5 years. And that's really how I learned to hack. It was at BlackBerry, and my job was basically to hack their mobile phone and find bugs so they could be fixed. So that was really cool. I learned most of it from other people who did this stuff professionally.
I actually remember most of that. That early BlackBerry security team was all rock stars. Actually, you guys had it was actually a kind of a seminal moment. A lot of really talented folks kind of came out of that environment. It was kind of funny, the history of that. If you were to draw that one on a map, there'd be a lot of connections there. So, kind of give us a little bit of walkthrough of what. Everybody's got their own little focus and areas they look at in security, because nobody can really know the whole breadth of it. Kind of walk us through what has drawn your interest over the years.
So I guess when I started off, kind of my biggest interest was browsers and what I would call VMs and interpreters. When I started working on mobile devices at BlackBerry and on the Android security team, I think that was an area that I was really interested in.
Good morning, and how are you?
Great.
As introduction for folks, this is our Exploit Hall of Fame, folks, of fame, where we interview and talk to folks who really moved the needle in terms of exploit research and trying to really archivally document some of the history and knowledge of all the changes that happen in this quickly moving area. So let's get your fancy title out here. And so I gave you a little bit of indication, sort of the way we're trying to walk through this. The first question is really simple. Give us your origin story, Uncle Natalie or Aunt Natalie, and how did we wind up here after so many years? What dragged you into this field? And tell us a little bit about how your career developed.
So I think compared to a lot of people in this space, I had a fairly traditional career path. So it started off, I got a little bit interested in security in high school. I was doing a science fair project and I started thinking about computer viruses, and I ended up doing this project where I implemented the very flawed idea of writing a computer virus that would get rid of all the other computer viruses. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
The fix it everything worm. Lots of people have gotten in trouble for those, haven't they?
Oh, I know. And even back then, I knew well enough not to set it free. But, I did get my project done. So after that, I went to university. I did electrical engineering, and I'm looking at the co-op job posts. That's what they call internships in Canada. And I see a post for a junior hacker. And I'm like, wow, that is so amazing. So I ended up taking that job and working there for most of my university, and then staying at the same company for 5 years. And that's really how I learned to hack. It was at BlackBerry, and my job was basically to hack their mobile phone and find bugs so they could be fixed. So that was really cool. I learned most of it from other people who did this stuff professionally.
I actually remember most of that. That early BlackBerry security team was all rock stars. Actually, you guys had it was actually a kind of a seminal moment. A lot of really talented folks kind of came out of that environment. It was kind of funny, the history of that. If you were to draw that one on a map, there'd be a lot of connections there. So, kind of give us a little bit of walkthrough of what. Everybody's got their own little focus and areas they look at in security, because nobody can really know the whole breadth of it. Kind of walk us through what has drawn your interest over the years.
So I guess when I started off, kind of my biggest interest was browsers and what I would call VMs and interpreters. When I started working on mobile devices at BlackBerry and on the Android security team, I think that was an area that I was really interested in.
Well, hello, everyone. I know you weren't expecting to see me right now. It's Dustin Childs, Communications Manager, ZDI. But, it wouldn't be a Pondo if we didn't have a few technical gremlins along the way. And we had a few technical gremlins with a corrupt video file for the interview between Dragos and Natalie Silvanovich. And if you're anything like me, you're like, you got the BlackBerry and what happened then? So hopefully we have gotten the file straightened out. It should be about a 25-minute interview, and there's a lot more than just, I had an internship in Canada at BlackBerry, and then the rest of her career happened. So we're going to get right back into that in just a minute. So apologies for that, file corruptions, moving files, bits and bytes from one place to another. Sometimes things get a little corrupt, and that's what happened in this case. So hopefully our producer, Kevin, who is in Ireland, is able to restart that video here in just a minute. If not, I will be talking to you. I can give you one update. I haven't even put this on Twitter yet. I was in the middle of crafting a tweet when, again, that interview was interrupted. We have confirmed it is a full win from Sam Thomas on the Samsung Galaxy S21. He combined 3 separate bugs. In doing so, he wins himself $50,000 and 5 Master of Poem points. So congratulations to Sam from Penthouse Labs. Great work, outstanding work. Really, really cool stuff. Very happy that he was able to get that accomplished. So, as I said, I'll put that on Twitter. That brings our contest total to $950,000. We're almost at the 2 comma mark. And you know I love me some 2 commas. So, okay. Getting a message from Kevin now that we're ready to roll. So again, apologies for the interruption. Let's watch the rest of the interview. Go ahead, and Kevin.
Good morning, and how are you?
Great.
As introduction for folks, this is our Exploit Hall of Fame, folks, of fame, where we interview and talk to folks who really moved the needle in terms of exploit research and trying to really archivally document some of the history and knowledge of all the changes that happen in this quickly moving area. So let's get your fancy title out here. And so I gave you a little bit of indication, sort of the way we're trying to walk through this. The first question is really simple. Give us your origin story, Uncle Natalie or Aunt Natalie, and how did we wind up here after so many years? What dragged you into this field, and tell us a little bit about how your career developed.
So I think compared to a lot of people in this space, I had a fairly traditional career path. So it started off, I got a little bit interested in security in high school. I was doing a science fair project and I started thinking about computer viruses, and I ended up doing this project where I implemented the very, very flawed idea of writing a computer virus that would get rid of all the other computer viruses. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that.
The fix it everything worm. Lots of people have gotten in trouble for those, haven't they?
Oh, I know. And even back then, I knew well enough not to set it free. But I did get my project done. So after that, I went to university. I did electrical engineering, and I'm looking at the co-op job posts. That's what they call internships in Canada. And
yeah,
I see a post for a junior hacker, and I'm like, wow, that is so amazing. So I ended up taking that job and working there for most of my university, and then staying at the same company for 5 years. And that's really how I learned to hack. It was at BlackBerry, and my job was basically to hack their mobile phone and find bugs so they could be fixed. So that was really cool. I learned most of it from other people who did this stuff professionally.
I actually remember most of that. That early BlackBerry security team was all rock stars. Actually, you guys had it was actually a kind of a seminal moment. A lot of really, really talented folks kind of came out of that environment. It was kind of funny, the history of that. If you were to draw that one on a map, there'd be a lot of connections there. So kind of give us a little bit of walkthrough of what everybody's got their own little focus and areas they look at in security, because nobody can really know the whole breadth of it. Kind of walk us through what has drawn your interest over the years.
So I guess when I started off, kind of my biggest interest was browsers and what I would call VMs and interpreters. When I started working on mobile devices at BlackBerry and on the Android security team, I think that was an area that I was really interested in. And I spent a lot of time on that in Project Zero. I found a lot of Adobe Flash bugs and bugs in browsers. Although recently, I've started looking at other aspects of browsers as well. And this is how I kind of got on to my new interest, which is messaging applications and video conferencing. I happened to be looking at Chrome and noticed the WebRTC video conferencing library, and I was just like, wow, this looks really interesting. And then I looked at every other application that uses it, and I'm like, wow, this is like way more interesting than I thought. So I think video conferencing and also other remote attack surfaces of messengers has kind of become my new interest lately.
Yeah, that's kind of you kind of hit that one of the crux and pivot point too. Yeah, everybody was like starting to go, hey, look, there's this WebRTC thing. Let's start to build virtual conference apps or whatever it is on it right around the time when you really started to poke on it. So it was the right shove at the exact right moment there that I think really moved a lot of things. That was seminal, I think, is a good word for it. So that was pretty cool. I mean, actually, I want to ask you lots of questions about the WebRTC stuff, because that stuff fascinates me too. It's the underpinnings of what we're recording with this here right now. That's all just a layer on top of WebRTC, where it's become such a fundamental linchpin. I'm going to ask you more questions about the story for that one, but let me go back to just before we get to there. Let's rewind the clock a little bit I actually just finished up an interview with another of your Google Zero project team members, and Project Zero itself has been such a fundamental force. I mean, it's this, I'm trying to remember the words Halvar used to describe it. It's this very implausible, unlikely thing that's so important that's happened there. Tell me a little bit about your experiences there with the team. And you guys have literally moved so many important things on the internet, and it's been very fundamental to security. Tell me some anecdotes. Tell me some fun, interesting stories, some things that people should learn from behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's such a broad question. I'm having
it
trouble.
Okay, let me pick one out for you. Okay, give me the funniest story of a vulnerability you've searched. What's the funniest vulnerability you remember you guys hit across? I mean, maybe ridiculous, easy, ridiculously powerful, something like that.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, at least for me, some of the most ridiculous and surprising bugs have been the ones I've worked with Tavis Ormandy on. He just has a talent for kind of finding the weirdest, most unexpected attack surface. So I remember we worked on this FireEye one. He managed to get a FireEye appliance, and we discovered that it had this actually, Tavis discovered that it had this Java decompiler in there that was completely, like, in the documentation said, this executes the code while it decompiles it, don't use it. But of course, it was doing that on the network interface. Also, there was the MP Engine bug, which it was in Windows Defender. And what I found interesting about that one is, once again, Tavis found the surface, and I started looking at the VM, and once we find it, it's almost like, where can we send this? We were like seriously concerned about, crashing their mail backend or any number of their servers, because literally everything gets scanned with Windows Defender, and like you don't know what it's going to do.
Actually, I remember that interpreter bug. It was like a total the derp is strong here moment. So let's change gears a little bit. I mean, one of the ideas of this whole series is to kind of take advantage of your many years of expertise and bug hunting. What kind of advice would you have for people who are just starting their career and the approach to finding vulnerabilities? There's the vulnerabilities themselves, but there's a mindset. There's some. What advice do you have for people who want to power up their bug hunting capabilities?
Yeah, I think like the first piece of advice I would give to someone is figure out what you're interested in and look at what you're interested in. Because I feel like some of the most interesting bugs I've found have been in things where I'm like, wow, I just can't stop looking at this. I'm so interested in how it works. So if you can find something like that and, really steer into your interests, I think that helps. Other than that, I feel like a lot of people give this advice, but spend a lot of time looking at bugs that other people find and see if you can figure out how they work. But also, don't be afraid to look at new things either. Because like a lot of the bugs I have found have been like, I'm just going to ignore what everyone's done so far and just like look at this thing and see if I can find bugs. So I think there's a good balance there.
So let's I'm not going to let you get away until we talk about two things particularly. I want to hear more stories and what's the background is for the messaging bugs, the iOS, of all of the stuff that you've such a long record of things, the one-click messenger, the whole research involved behind that. I'm a little fascinated to the story of how you guys found that, and I'm also would love, just because of sheer significance, love to hear your opinion about the whole area of the WebRTC attack surface. And so let's start first one. Tell me about the messaging bugs. Tell me about that whole saga.
Yeah. So I think if you look at the broad scope of remote mobile bugs, it's actually quite interesting in that, when I started my career, I did find a few of them, and I wouldn't say they were common, but they seemed possible. And then I felt like, especially when I was starting to join Project Zero, people would talk about them, you'd hear rumors, but there weren't a lot of good examples of them, and I might have been even a little skeptical of their existence. You might remember we did the Project Zero prize. I can't remember how many years ago that was now, where we said we would give, I think it was $200,000 if someone found a fully remote bug in Android. And we did that just because we really just wanted to see what one looked like, and we didn't get any entries for that. And then a couple of years ago, there was that Project Raven article where, it was maybe the first real, I wouldn't say real proof, but better documented proof that this type of bug really existed that we'd seen. So that was really what inspired Samuel Gross and I to start looking at the area. So we did for quite a while. We found this interface where basically they deserialize different objects in iMessage. And it's funny, Samuel, I think, is a much more methodical attacker than me. He came up with a list of every interface, and then we both went through them.
Okay.
And we found a few that had quite good bugs in them. And I was surprised by that. But what the actual problem was, and there was a few, was so they have this whole plist interface where you could archive and unarchive different object types. And most of them were reasonable, like arrays and strings, but then it turned out you could do this with every subclass of them. And also it was not just things you included, it was every subclass in every library that happened to be loaded in the memory space. So
memory space, yeah,
that was a huge attack surface. So we found memory corruption bugs, and then
I personally think that deserialization bugs are going to be keeping us busy for a decade or more. They're literally the buffer overflow of the 2020s, right? I think that that whole class of research about deserialization things, it's so intricate and complex that I think we're going to be digging through that particular area for a long time. Anyways, didn't mean to interrupt. Tell me.
No, I absolutely agree with that. And I think, so Apple has done a lot to make this attack surface smaller now. For example, you can't include all the subclasses anymore, but I still think anytime you're deserializing something, it's a parser and it's a risk. So we found a few good bugs, and then Samuel wrote an exploit for one of them. And we did have a few good leak bugs, but we wanted to experiment with exploiting these bugs without an info leak. So Samuel did this thing where he sent many messages to the device, and he could actually detect whether iMessage had crashed or not. And then based on that, he could map out the memory space. And it was really cool. And we had a working exploit.
Kind of like message fuzzing. Interesting. That's Do you think that these sorts of things, once somebody sort of shines a light on them, everybody starts to scurry around and see where else this bug is? Do you think there's still much there? Do you think there's probably still worth the poking in that area a lot more? Are we going to see more bugs in those things, or do you guys think you've mapped out most of it at this point?
Yeah, I don't think so, because just recently there was an in the wild bug found in another component of iMessage, which was image parsing. So I do think that,
the routines that never fail to give dividends for security. Yes.
Yeah, so I think that like this deserialization area is maybe producing less, at least in terms of remote exploits. Though I forgot to mention, before then, it wasn't uncommon for this interface to be used in local exploits. So, there's lots of places on iOS and Macs where they'll store a serialized object, for example, on the file system and deserialize it. So it wasn't completely unheard of, though I don't think it was clear at that point, how it was available on the remote attack surface. But I think, this plist thing will probably continue for a while, at least locally. But also, I think, this is the thing that really fascinates me. I'm sure, there's the ones that there's been nowadays found in, but there's also probably so many remote attack surfaces that just like no one has thought of yet, or maybe only, real attackers have thought of yet. And
I just didn't think of diddling this parameter and in this area because it leads to these. Yeah, it's It's funny because Mark, when we did this thing with Mark Dowd, his crystal ball vision, and I'm going to ask you that in a little bit too, where the crystal ball vision about what kind of vulnerabilities we're going to get in the future. So I'll plant that seed. He said logic bugs. So he said that logic bugs are going to be the area that we're going to continue to work through, and those kinds of things. And I just nominated deserialization bugs, but I think that there's going to be, even with all the mitigations that we put into place, I think that we're going to have lots of different areas. So I'm going to ask you a little bit what you think is sort of where we're going with vulnerability research. But first, before I let you go, I want to rewind a little bit and talk about WebRTC, because I'm interested in are you guys still looking at the attack surface? Because there seems to be, it's endlessly baroque. It's got so many little fiddly bits, as you probably know better than most people. And so it looks to me like it's going to be something we're going to be poking at for a long time. And we keep also adjusting it. And the codenet is still shifting a lot as we're playing with video codecs, et cetera, whatever. And it's being applied in a lot of places. Tell me about WebRTC security a little bit. Is there any stories about that research, or what do you think it's going to go in the future?
Yeah, so that one I found in the browser and was pretty surprised to find that so many Android applications use it, including some very large ones. The ones I've done research on have been Facebook Messenger and Google Duo. But there's tons of small apps, and often embedded, often not updated, and often a fully remote attack surface. Before the call gets answered, they'll start a connection where they're processing RTP packets and sometimes even codecs. So I was surprised by what a big attack surface that turned out to be. I do think there's a few things that will happen in the future. There have been some efforts to make it easier to update WebRTC and to remove some of the more error-prone interfaces. Those are ongoing, and if you look in the WebRTC code base, you'll see some of them. But I do think that at least is in the future, that I'm hoping that some of the worst problems will go away, and attackers will be stuck with the more difficult interfaces. But on the other hand, there continues to be new features, because video conferencing is such a popular feature, and it's what I kind of call like a razor's edge feature,
Yeah. That's a good name for it, actually.
Like everyone involved in video conferencing is, constantly fighting to make it better, more efficient, use less CPU.
The new bell whistle. Now we have virtual frog backgrounds or whatever it is that, okay. It's definitely going to be something that you can have to keep going back and revisiting. Are you guys still doing active research on it right now, or are you or is it kind of you found a whole bunch of stuff? Or are you what are you looking at in the future? And then we're going to get back to the crystal ball question.
Yeah. So I've been taking a bit of a break from WebRTC and basically looking at the other large applications that don't use it, which are FaceTime, WhatsApp, and Zoom. Those are kind of the three big ones that basically implement their similar features in their own codes. So I've been spending some time on that. And I think after that, I'm going to spend some more time on the iMessage remote attack surface, because clearly there is more there.
Have you gotten jiggy with WASM yet? That's sort of one area I've been looking at a lot too for a bunch of things, Zoom, etc., being in it.
Yeah, so I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, I took a brief look at WebAssembly, and at the time I thought it was fairly robust, at least against memory corruption bugs, but I was fairly concerned that future features might change that.
So it has actually changed quite a bit in the last few years. They've fiddled with, in my opinion, gotten a little bit better, but now we're totally in the weeds. So let's rewind this and talk about kind of more higher level stuff. Where do you think the areas that we need to pay a lot more attention on in the future in terms of bug hunting, and what's going to be pay dividend for exploit writers, and what's going to be areas that people need to secure and really work on, in your opinion? And give us your crystal ball vision.
Yeah. So of course, I'm always focused on the areas I'm the most interested in. So this is going to be totally biased. But I think the future of the fully remote bugs is going to become interesting. And I think with WebRTC, you can think about the library, but I think the larger lesson there is I feel like there's probably, many third-party libraries, many things we do to mobile applications that we don't understand yet that will lead to fully remote exploits. So I think that's, both something we'll probably see in the future and an area for more research. Because there's applications that even like I've spent some time on looking for other like fully remote attack surfaces, not in applications but on phones themselves. For example, a VoLTE or various services on the iPhone. And I haven't had much luck with that, but I feel like there are so many of them and so many apps. Yeah, I feel like there's probably going to be an explosion of, the available attack surfaces before everyone starts clamping down on the attack surfaces. So I think this is probably a problem that'll get worse before it gets better.
I think that's probably a fair statement. I would strongly agree with that. Any closing advice for future bug hunters and vulnerability researchers?
Vulnerabilities want to be found. That's a bit of a joke, but I think if it's something that you're enthusiastic about or curious about, it's worthwhile just jumping in, learning how things work, and maybe you'll find something and maybe you won't. But I think you'll definitely learn something about security and about how systems work.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us.
Great, thanks.
Three more today, folks. That's what we got to get through. My name's Dustin Childs. Welcome back to PWN2OWN Austin 2021. And I'm telling you, it has been a marathon. I, for one, am stunned. My voice still sounds like this. I am sliding on the Fleetwood Mac scale down towards the whiskey and cigarettes, but it's still there. So, hey, we got just like a day and a half to go. And I got to tell you, I've been dropping some musical, divots here and there, and you guys aren't picking them up. So I don't know. Guess there's no real Hamilton fans out in the audience, but that's okay. I digest. Hey, look, we're still. Thanks, Kevin. Been looking to use that all day. He told me before the day started, hey, we've got rim shots for when you say something funny. He hasn't played one all day. I guess he hasn't found anything I said funny today, but that's okay. Looking back at the Synactive 3 terabyte Western Digital NAS, we just ruled that a bug collision. So they had 2 bugs. One was previously used in the program. That still nets them $20,000 and 2 master opponent points. Here's where it gets interesting. They have one more attempt this evening, and there is also an attempt tomorrow by DevCore. If Synactive doesn't score points this evening and DevCore scores all of their points, we could end up in a tie. So I'm not saying there's drama, but I'm saying there's drama. Okay? It's gonna come down to the very end, and the attempt that the Synactive team has tonight, it is tough. We've seen some failures on this target before. It is a tough target to go after. They will be targeting the WAN interface of the Netgear router, and tomorrow DevCore will be targeting the same NAS that Synactive just targeted. I don't know. It's Yankees, Red Sox. It's Giants, Dodgers. I mean, it's Packers, Vikings, Packers, Bears, Packers, anybody, pretty much, even Packers. So, yeah, why don't we go ahead and put up the current PWN2OWN standings just so we can see what we're talking about here. And there we have it. So those that top line, actually, once I update it, it'll say 18 points instead of 16. But like I said, so there's points out there to be had for both Synactive and DevCore. Depending on how things go, tomorrow could get very, very interesting. I don't think Star Labs can catch up at this point. And Sam Thomas has made a nice showing as an individual. Hey, you roll into a PWN2OWN all on your own, you scored $90,000 and walk out with a couple devices. That's pretty impressive. So great job for him. But anyway, all I'm doing is stalling for time because I want to see Chris Anastasio and see what he's brought against a Lexmark MC3224i printer. We've seen all of the printers fall at some point. Chris Anastasio has participated in PWN2OWN Miami before. He was co-master of PWN there. So happy to see him back. And I know he's already said he's looking forward to Miami as well. And again, it's Miami in January. Why wouldn't you? So let's toss it over. I think Ziad is running this. Is that correct?
Yes, listen, thank you.
Ziad, why did you let Michael off easy? I haven't seen him at all today.
Yeah, we'll look for him.
We'll punish him tomorrow.
All right, so Chris, what can we expect out of the exploit?
Yeah, so we should get a root shell, and then the printer is gonna make a slideshow and some beeping noises for your entertainment.
Nice, nice, very nice. Okay, nice. Kevin, would you please start the timer? Okay, let's do this.
Okay. So it looks like something's going on for sure.
Oh, yep.
There we are.
There we go.
That's a good doggo. Oh,
that's a success.
Yeah. Hey, there's a good one.
Nice job.
Nice. I like the dog text there too.
Yeah, so that's my dog. There was a partner on this entry. He didn't want to come on stream, but that's his dog Loki and my dog Boo Boo, the little brown one.
Well, give them good pets for us. They look like good doggos. So congratulations. That is a successful demonstration, it looks like.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is. Absolutely. With the root shell as well.
Yeah, and I just want to give a big thanks to the whole team for putting this on. I know you guys are working real hard, and we get to have a lot of fun. So very appreciative.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So,
well, you're very welcome. Yeah, we'll definitely. Congratulations to Chris. Hopefully, we'll see him in Miami as well. Again, he knows the drill. He's been through it time and time again. They're going to go off to the disclosure Zoom call. They're going to
show me the money.
Maybe they'll trade recipes for kibbles. Some dog lovers out there. So that's great. If that is proven a unique bug chain, that's worth $20,000 and 2 Master of Pwn points. So congratulations again to Chris. We have 2 attempts left for today. The next one is the Star Labs team, and they will be targeting the LAN interface of the Netgear router. And following that, Stephen Fewer returns, and he will be targeting the LAN interface. Oh, so both of these are the Netgear. So both the 2 remaining ones, we have the LAN interface, the Netgear 6700 router. That's Star Labs first at 1600. Then we take a break to make sure that we get everything conflicted, and then Stephen back at 1700. So in the meantime, please stick around. We will be verifying all of our findings on Twitter. At the ZDI is where you can find us. If you have a question for me, at Dustin_Child. That's where you can find me. I'm pretty easy to find. And then always we're posting everything on our blog, zerodayinitiative.com/blog. I think you could also get there if you hit thezdi.com/blog. If your fingers get tired, whatever, and then Control-D, bookmark that thing, and you got it. Good to go. We have just a couple of more events. We have 2 After Dark entries tonight, so we have 2 more remaining this afternoon on the stream. 2 After Dark entries tonight, 4 tomorrow, 8 total. Whew. We'll get there. It's going to be great, and I feel it. So again, stick around, follow us on Twitter, and we'll be back here at 1600 Eastern, 1500 Central. That's 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern for us 12-hour people. And until then, see you on Twitter.
You walk that way, I stand in our place, by storm with grace. There's no safe place. I'm just waiting on the girl who makes me. I don't need this. Suddenly realize I'm the one. A funny thing out of control. It's my life. Wait, or is it? It's too late. You're on the hook. With pain, no blade, you put me in my place. By storm with grace, there's no safe place. I'm just waiting on the girl who makes me. I don't need this. Suddenly realize I'm the one. A funny thing out of control. It's my life. Wait, or is it? It's too late. You're on the When you walk that way, I stand and I pace by storm with grace. There's no safe place. I'm just waiting on the girl who makes me. I don't need this. Suddenly realize I'm the one. A funny thing out of control. It's my life. Wait, or is it? It's too late. You're on the hook. And I'm just waiting on the girl who makes me. I don't need this. Suddenly realize I'm the one. A funny thing out of control. It's my life. Well, or is it? It's too late. You're on the hook. And I'm just waiting on a girl who makes me. I don't need this. Suddenly realize I'm the one. A funny thing out of control. It's my life. Wait, or is it? It's too late. You're on the hook.
Hey, folks, welcome back. My name is Dustin Childs of the Zero Day Initiative. I'm a little early. Either that or my clock's off, or I have once again bent reality to my will. Thinking I'm just a little early right now. Our next scheduled event is supposed to be at 1600 Eastern, which is about 10 minutes away. I think we got our countdown started a little soon, but I did want to bring you up to date on all of the standings and see where we're at so far. So we have some drama when it comes to Master of Pwn, and I love drama as long as I'm not directly involved in it. And for the record, I personally do none of the judging, because if I did, everyone would win, and then we'd go broke just because I like winners. So I can tell you right now that they're still adjudicating the Lexmark exploit that you saw Chris Anastasio run. Tweeted out a GIF of that. If you haven't seen the GIF, go check out at the ZDI. But here's the status as it sits right now. The Synactive team has 18 points towards Master of Pwn. The Dev Core team has 14 points towards Master of Pwn. Both teams have one more attempt. The Synactive team goes tonight, PWN2OWN After Dark, where they attempt to exploit the WAN interface of the Netgear R6700 V3 router. Now, last night, we had several teams attempt this as well, with very little success. So, that might hit, that might not. I don't know. I haven't seen the exploit. They don't tell me this stuff because then I tell you this stuff, so they don't tell me this stuff. Tomorrow, DevCore is going to go after the Western Digital 3 terabytes. Excuse me, they're going after the 3 terabyte MyCloud home personal cloud. That's worth 4 Master of Pwn points. So if they get those 14 plus 4, I'm not skilled enough to participate in PWN2OWN. I can get 18 from that. So then we're at that tie. So it comes down to whether or not the Synactive team can hit any points with the WAN interface on the Netgear router. And that's a very big if. That's a very tall task. I'm not trying to like put them down or anything, because like I said, last night, PWN2OWN After Dark, we had a bunch of people who really thought they were going to hit that WAN interface and then didn't. So we'll see where that rolls to, but we could end up with a very narrow lead. We could end up with a tie. So we'll see. Now I seem to be getting an echo through somehow, and I don't know if that's just in my earpiece or you're getting that too. So if you are getting that, apologize. And yeah, sorry about that. We're working on that as well. So let's talk about the contest so far as well. Okay, we are at 192,500 for today, and that puts us at 970,000 for the entire competition. Now, the next two are in the LAN category of the Netgear router, and those are worth 5,000 apiece. So if we're going to get over $1 million, we need either some of the PWN2OWN at night to hit, or some of the things tomorrow to hit. Now tonight, again, I've already said we've got Synactive going after the team, the WAN interface. That'll be worth $20,000. And then the flashback team of Pedro and Roddick, they're going after the LAN interface of the Netgear router. So that's another $5,000. But the big ones tomorrow are DevCore in the NAS category. That's possibly $40,000. We have the defense team going after the LAN interface on Cisco. That's $15,000. And then we have a group from CrowdStrike going after the Lexmark printer. That's $20,000. And then we end with the LAN on Netgear with a possible $5,000. So add that up, and we are past 2 commas. For PWN2OWN in 2021, we're already over $2 million. That is just insane. Think about that. 2 contests, 1 company, Trend Micro, just puts this on, and crazy. And I will tell you, I want to give some credit to the Trend Micro leadership, because when we announced PWN2OWN Austin, we had a budget of $500,000. That usually covers us for our fall contest. Well, we had a lot more interest this year than what we expected. We went back to leadership, and I'm not going to say they didn't blink, but they came through and doubled our budget without really complaining at all and said, just go make it happen. So much respect to Mike Gibson and the rest of the Trend Micro leadership. Thanks for supporting this crazy thing that we do 2 to 3 times a year. And I can only imagine what 2022 is going to bring. So we're almost ready. We're almost to the top of the hour. I have just a few more minutes to fill. And let's see what else we got going on. I just want to make sure that, okay, I think things are about ready. And, you know, I kind of tease, like, where's Michael? I think I'm going to be tossing here to Michael in a few minutes. He's the young guy on the team. And, you know, crazy thing about him, this guy gets up like 5:30 every morning. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't, you know, he just does that. He's like, oh, that's my body. I'm like, no, us old people with children and stuff, they're like, no, there's only one 5:30 that occurs in the afternoon. And you should go back to bed and get some sleep. So, but he's an active youngin'. So I guess he just gets up early. Yeah. So looking at the Twitters and not seeing anything unusual over here. Definitely, I'd love to get some additional feedback from y'all. What do you like about PWN2OWN? What do you like about the live stream? Do you not like it at all? He's like, hey, you know what? We could just had enough of that Dustin feller. We just get rid of him. Or, you know, do we have more co-hosts in? What would you like to see? Would you like to see more interaction on Twitter? Would you like to see more interaction on our YouTube chat? I try to get in. There's not a whole lot of people on the YouTubes right now. What do you need? What you're looking for? I'd love to get your feedback on it. We're always looking to improve the quality of the stream and the quality of the presentation of PWN2OWN. And if you could see the cameras and the lights and the microphones and everything else surrounded me, I know in the springtime I was here and I had a really cheap clip-on microphone. Now I've got this thing, and from what I've been told, I sound so much better than in the spring. So we're trying to make those improvements, trying to make everything better, trying to make it a really good show, both for the participants, for the people running it, and for the audience, because it's a show and we enjoy putting it on. So like the interviews. Okay, we'll try to work some more interviews in as well. That's really some good feedback, so we'll take that into consideration. It'll especially be great when we can actually get to a conference again, and I can snag just a person willingly, with their consent, and bring them in for an interview. I know at Miami at the S4 conference, I definitely intend to interview a lot of people who are attending the conference. If you're at all involved in ICS and SCADA products, I highly recommend the S4 conference in Miami Beach. First of all, it's Miami Beach in January. And if you live in a place where it gets a little chilly, it's a nice break. You go down. It's not too hot there. It's still humid, but because it's South Florida. But it's a very nice break. It's a very nice conference, well put together. It's at the Fillmore there. It's pretty much a one-track conference, so you get to see just about everything. And PWN2OWN Miami will be there, and we'll be exploiting the latest in ICS and SCADA technology. We've got the human-machine interfaces, HMIs. We've got, let's see, I'm trying to remember what all the other products are that we have set up. We got a bunch of other things. I got a little PWN2OWN Austin on the brain right now, so it's hard for me to think of Miami. And looking even further down the road, in Vancouver in March, if we are able to go back to PACSEC, it will be the 15th anniversary of PWN2OWN. PWN2OWN began in 2007, and since that time, we've run it at a minimal once a year, usually twice, now 3 times a year. And we will be celebrating our 15th anniversary in 2022. It's amazing, isn't it? So I don't know what exactly we have big planned, because we haven't planned anything yet. But we are definitely planning on planning. And we're going to have some fun up in Vancouver. I don't know what special we're going to do, but it's going to be cool. And maybe we'll do something really old school too, just like set a MacBook on the network and see what happens. That was the first PWN2OWN right there. They just put a MacBook on the network. ZDI paid 10 grand for the exploit. Boom, that was it. From that, we've grown into a thing where we've just awarded over $2 million for prizes this year. And I tell you what, there's not an international competition that invites people from all over the world to come in and show exactly how good that they can be at exploiting the latest and greatest apps and technologies. Okay. I think we are set to go to our next contestant. And our next contestant are the folks from Star Labs, and they will be targeting the LAN interface of the Netgear R6700 V3 router. And I believe we've got $5,000 on the line for this one, and 1 master opponent point. Let's see this, if I was correct on that. Yeah, what do you know? So, Michael, I'll go ahead and toss it over to you, and I hope you've had a nap since you got up so early this morning, and we'll see what we do.
All right, thank you, Dustin. All right, guys, so what can we expect to see from your exploit today?
And if we will have a root show.
Okay, perfect. All right, well, let's kick this off here. Kevin, can you start the timer? And here we go. Okay. Kevin, can you mute the stream, please?
Well, Kevin, can you mute the stream? I think that's our new catchphrase for failure. So that's a very interesting thing. Took them very little time to get to that point as well. So it makes me think that there's something that they immediately saw. So either it crashed, the attempt crashed, obviously they didn't get their shell, but hopefully they'll be able to make a few tweaks on it and come back in. The Star Labs team has done pretty well for themselves. They're not quite in Master of Pwn lead, but they're right now sitting at number 3 with 12 points and $112,500 awarded so far in the contest, which is officially, as we say, not too shabby. So they've done quite well, and yeah, I think that that's, you know, you can look at that screen right there, and that's pretty good. If you look 1 through 10, there's nothing to be ashamed of there at any of that. Like I said, to compete at this level, it takes a lot of planning, a lot of work, a lot of preparation, a lot of writing. Again, all of these exploits have to have a white paper submitted with them. And since we're doing it remotely, it takes a lot of trust too. You're trusting us as ZDI to run your exploit, to run your research, to accurately represent your research when there's big dollars on the line. And even, hey, $5,000 is $5,000. You know, if I see $5,000 on the ground, I'm going to stop and pick it up, right? And you know, I make a fair living. But so just kudos to all of the folks who have participated. We still have one group to go tomorrow who has not participated. So that'll be interesting. That was kind of a bummer draw for them. I think it was their first time participating in PWN as well. And they got shuttled to our unprecedented day 4. So I don't know. Again, we have CrowdStrike coming back tomorrow. Great to see an organization like CrowdStrike participate in PWN. That's fantastic to see, especially since they told us that they want to give the winnings to a charity. That's very cool. Very nice of them to do that as well. Let's see, what else have we got going on? So, by the way, in the event of a tie on Master of PWN, there is a second jacket that looks like this. And there may or may not be a second record that looks like this too. So we kind of planned for this eventuality. We actually had our first tie for Master of PWN back in the spring with 3 different groups tied with 20 points. So we'll see how that goes. See, I thought someone was coming into my studio. And by studio, I mean conference room I took over for the week. Thank you. Yes, I have yet to see. Yeah, the mic is much better. I tell you what, it's a funny story because I did a lot of research on microphones and everything else. We walked into Guitar Center and it said, I want one of these and these and these and these and these. In about 5 minutes, we'd spent $1,000. It had one of the happiest Guitar Center reps I've ever seen in my life. That we just drop a grand and walk out in 10 minutes without so much as a word edgewise. And I guess they had a good day for their thing, and it tested beautifully. We got the mic flags made for it. See little mic flags? Aren't those cool? Little details like that. I'm a big fan of details. So I know we're probably getting close to about 10 minutes on the overall time. Oh, 15. So I'm way off base there. So we've got 15 minutes overall to go. We've got 2 more attempts of 5 minutes each in this one. So plenty of time left for them to get everything working. Of course, I say that here, and I just have to sit here and talk to a camera. So it's easy for me. I'm not in the room scrambling to make corrections or look for any environmental variables that I might have discounted, that sort of thing. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we'll get back to the room shortly. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see if we can get this rolling. This is the penultimate event of the day on the live stream. Then we go to Stephen Fewer at 1700 for the final event of the day on the live stream. And then we go to PWN After Dark, where we've got the Netgear WAN and the Netgear LAN. That Netgear WAN, there's a lot riding on that right now. Oof. And if you look at the results from last night, PWN After Dark, and we were running stuff just the same way we run it here, giving everybody as much opportunity as we can. The WAN interface had some trouble. So BNFam attempted it and couldn't get his exploit in time. And I think his exploit actually hit about 10 to 15 seconds after the timer expired. and it's kind of heartbreaking for us because we are really rooting for all the contestants. It's like, we get a budget, we're going to spend every dollar we can to get the contestants recognized for their hard work. But we also have rules, and it just breaks our heart. It's happened so many times where the timer will expire and then boom, it hits. Or it fails on stage. We get to the disclosure room, they run it again, boom, it hits. And it's one of those things where sometimes the exploits aren't as reliable as maybe people think they are. Again, there's timing conditions that people can run into. If there's a heap spray issue, you could be spraying the wrong part. You could not have a big enough sprayer. You could just have a little heap mist versus a heap spray. I know I already said that joke. It's okay. I'm running out of material.
Can you unmute Dustin as well?
But there's a lot of different things that could go on, and it's really difficult. And I really hand it to these contestants. They really do put themselves out there. Here we go.
Can we go back on?
Can we go back out there? Oh, I guess we're not quite ready. So they're getting closer. Okay. So I think they're getting closer there, especially since they were live and then tossed back to me. But, they're trying to, and I'm hearing a little of their conversation right now. I hope it's just me. So to be a competitor, to come out here, to put your stuff out on the line, and to run your stuff knowing that it might not work, no matter how many times you've tried it, that takes a lot to be able to do that. Especially a lot of folks who are participating in this are towards the beginning of their careers. So it takes a lot to come out and try and make a name for yourself, because you can make a name for yourself in a bad way if you bring 6 exploits and they all go womp. That could be what that has happened, where you bring a bunch to the show and leave with not so many dough. But so it takes a lot to get out there and do this. So we'll see. I know someone has said I have yet to see somebody fall down the stairs. Well, I just haven't got the right money, and apparently just like hiring somebody off the streets is frowned upon in this city. I don't know. I had no clue. I'm from a little town in Tennessee where you can just like do whatever. But in any case, by the way, if you ever get to Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and you like wings, the Slick Pig, trust me on that one. That is some quality insider information right there. You want to eat at the Slick Pig. Unless it's during lunch, then you head to Jeff's. Find yourself Jeff's. It's in an old house. It looks a little sketchy. Jeff is the best. Get the chicken fried steak. Get all the gravy on it. I'm your tour guide, not your doctor. Okay, so load up on the Lipitor because you're going to need it after this meal. The fried okra, chess pie, look it up. It's beautiful. Chess pie is one of the most amazing things in the world. But come to Tennessee, I'll take care of you. Take you to the good places. Don't be a vegetarian in Tennessee. It's rough because even the vegetables have meat in them because we cook our beans with pork. So it's a tough place to be a vegetarian. I'll tell you that for true. Okay, so I know we're now down to close to 10 minutes on the timer, but again, that's the overall time. We have 5-minute windows within that, but you don't have to use that whole 5 minutes. Obviously, our first failure was within 30 seconds, so they still have time to run this twice. I think they were about ready, where they thought they were ready, then they changed their mind, and then said it went back onto mute. Either that, or they just know exactly what they're doing and just enjoy hearing me prattle about myself for like 15 minutes on end, which I could see that. I could see somebody doing that. It's a pretty good joke. By the way, if you've seen Amnia Jinx, I think I'm saying that correctly, Neil. That's Neil Brown, who has his side gig, is doing his own thing with music in between attempts. So he's been gracious enough to give us a couple songs to play to kind of keep you all entertained. In between the entries, he's on the Spotify. So check him out on the Spotify. He's probably on some other platforms too, but I've listened to him on the Spotify. I'm sure he would appreciate that. Just had a couple new singles come out. He's on the YouTubes as well. So definitely check him out. See, we're down to 9.5 minutes And let's see what else is going on. You check the Twitters. Again, I'm tweeting out stuff. I'm trying to tweet as many GIFs as possible, especially GIFs with sound, because that could be pretty fun too. Okay, we're back in the room now. Okay.
Okay, Kevin, can you start the timer, please? We're going to start attempt 2 now. Yep. And here we go. Okay, we need to go back on mute.
Again. So I tell you what, though, it's always fun when you're there when an inside joke starts to coalesce. So for those of us who are here, from now on, if there's a failure, we can just say, Kevin, can we go on mute? And that'll just be like our little code to each other. That's a failure. Like perhaps you see somebody like and they try to match like a certain pair of pants with a certain shirt and it just does not work. You can kind of point them out like, Kevin, can we go on mute? To let, kind of your little inside joke now know that, oh, that person who just fell over their own feet and dropped their coffee. Kevin, can we go on mute? That's a failure right there too. So that's a little joke to put up now. From now on, for the rest of this trip, if I see somebody just like flat eat it, Kevin, can we go on mute? That's going to be my little call for failure. But yeah, Kevin's quick on the rim shot button, as it were. So we're down to 7 minutes 45 seconds of this, and it is looking tight. So it's interesting. The Netgear router of the 3 routers has been the most persnickety, I'll say, because I don't know enough about why the exploits aren't as successful. I'll say it's persnickety rather than secure, because a lot of these, you're not going to come in if you haven't tested this on a router, right? You're not just going to like do some stuff. Yeah, I could totally do that. That's not the way this game works. That's not the way PWN works. You're going to go out and buy one of these routers and you're going to try it. So obviously they've had it working at some point and now something has changed. So they're trying to understand what that change may be. And I can tell you in the past from previous PWNs, there are some devices that act very different when they are in different regions. And we saw this in mobile handsets especially, that a handset purchased in Asia will act very differently than a handset purchased in Europe, even though ostensibly they're the exact same handset. Now, I'm not trying to say that's what happens here with this particular router, because I have no idea. I'm just speculating and telling you some stuff that's happened with other devices. However, I mean, like I said, this has been working at some point for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they can find out what's going on and if they can get it corrected within now just 6 minutes. Donut shop blend. It's funny how we have this whole industry making coffee called Donut Shop, as though we can't just say, well, the name of the thing that we can't say because we're online. Keeping it a green set. Okay, so again, we have one more attempt after this one at 1700 Eastern, 1600 Central. That's 5 Eastern, 4 Central for those of us on the 12 hours. That is Stephen Fewer, and he will also be targeting the LAN interface of this Netgear router. So Stephen participated earlier today. Had some great stuff. Partial win. Again, we had a bug collision, excuse me. But again, that's still great research. Stephen was compensated for that and got some points towards Master of PWN. I think he got $10,000, which is still not a bad day's work, And I'm sure he spent more than a day, making that exploit. But anyway, still not too shabby. So I think we're at about the 5-minute mark. So hopefully they are able to come up with something again soon. And let's see. The rambles and the jokes are fun to listen to. Okay, that would be good. That's good because that's all I got. So I'm glad you like that. Because if not, I'm out of work. So, hey, folks, also, while I'm thinking about being out of work, check out our blog throughout the month. I do like to blog. I have a monthly patch blog. So every second Tuesday of the month, Microsoft and Adobe release their patches, and then I talk about them in detail. Okay, here we go back into the
Dustin, ready to
room.
go.
All right, fingers and
Okay,
toes crossed, man. Bring it home.
Kevin, can you start the timer, please? Okay, here we go. Attempt 3. Oh. Okay, it's a failed attempt.
Show me the
Well, that is unfortunate. A failed attempt. They couldn't get their exploit working within the time allotted. But congrats to them. They've, like I said, they've already had a great competition. They're already at 6 figures for the show altogether. So nicely done for that team. It's a shame they couldn't finish on a high note. But again, congratulations for a great competition. $112,500, 12 points towards Master Pwn. They're currently in 3rd place on that. It's a nice job, Star Labs. Our next attempt will be at 1700, Stephen Fewer, same target. It'll be the last live attempt for today. We get this one, then 2 after dark, and then on to tomorrow for our last 4. Folks, that's been an event. That's right. That's 30 minutes of talking right there. I'm going to go get some tea, maybe Earl Grey, hot, and I'll see you back here at 1700 for Stephen's attempt. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final entry, at least for the live stream, of day, not one, not day two, day 3 of PWN2OWN Austin 2021. I am Dustin Childs, Senior Communications Manager here for Trend Micro's Zero Day Initiative. We are the sole adjudicator of the PWN2OWN program. Happy to be back with you one last time. I normally share some numbers right now, but we know the last attempt didn't quite succeed. I did want to point out, though, one of my program managers, Enrique, just fed me some numbers that you might find interesting. We talk about hosting the contest and everything we do. We have had 150 separate meetings, 150 separate Zoom calls set up either between contestants or between vendors throughout the preceding days, and we've got more to go. It would have been over 170 if all the vendors had been able to dial in, but certain vendors are choosing not to dial in right away and just get the bugs disclosed through a normal process. So that's very interesting. I won't name them by name unless you really want to hear them. But yeah, so we have a few vendors who declined our invitation. But what we have next is we have a returning contestant, Stephen Fewer of Realize Software, and he is going to be targeting the LAN interface of the Netgear R6700 router. Now, we just saw this attempted by the Star Labs folks at the top of the last hour. Let's see if Stephen has any better luck. And I believe I'm going back to Michael here. I know I'm staying in the building in Austin. Michael, are you there, and are we ready to go?
I am here, and we are ready, Dustin.
Outstanding. Let's make it happen. Let's finish strong. I feel it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dustin. Stephen, what can we expect from your exploit today?
We're going to use the exploit to reset or set the password of the administration's web console, and then we're going to use that to take over the device afterwards.
Okay, perfect. All right, Kevin, can you please start the timer? All right, and here we go. Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay, that's a good indication. Although y'all are killing me not taking like the little plastic wrap off the router. I don't know how you can live with yourself. You got to peel it back gently.
Just proving that it's new.
Yes, we are keeping it in a pristine condition because after Stephen pwns this, he owns it. So that's still part of the competition. If you pwn the device, you own the device. Although now you've discovered that device is not very secure, so I don't know how much use you're going to get out of it. How are we looking, Michael? Are we confirming?
We're looking good. So I just reset. We just got access to the admin console. So now we're going to try to get a root shell here.
Okay.
Oh.
Python 3.
Remember, that's root with 2 O's.
Oh, I forgot.
Save admin here.
Oh.
We always type slower with people watching us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, just tell them that to the IP address. And you pass the stuff afterward. I'll get rid of the front view in the corner.
So if my understanding is correct, the exploit itself is finished. Now we're just confirming.
We just got a root
well, there we go.
shell.
Well, that's confirmation we need right there. That's a success.
Should be good to go. You can share the screen now. Very well done.
Thanks, Michael. Cheers.
There we go. Excellent work. Way to finish our stream with a successful demonstration. So, of course, now they're headed to the disclosure call, and they will talk about they'll talk all of the details of that. That was worth $5,000 in one master opponent point, if that proves to be a completely unique chain of bugs. The way Stephen described it, it sounded pretty unique to me. I hadn't heard of anyone else going that route to take over the router. Sorry, I didn't even mean to do that one. But they didn't use that methodology to take over the router. So hopefully they'll find that unique. We have 2 more entries tonight, okay? And these are the After Dark entries. One of them is really big, okay? We know right now Master of Pwn is tight, and we're coming down to where we could be mathematically eliminated. Here's our current standings. This is as of right this moment. In the lead with 18 points is the Synactive team, but right behind them is the DevCore team with 14 points. Tomorrow morning, we come back, we start at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I think DevCore is up first, and they have their attempt that is worth 4 PWN2OWN Master of Pwn points. So if they are unique in their, and if they're successful and unique, they could tie. However, Synactive has one more attempt tonight in the After Dark program, where they're going after what has proven to be a pretty hard target, which is the WAN interface of the Netgear router. So if they are able to get any points off that, then they mathematically become Master of Pwn for PWN2OWN Austin 2021. However, if they are not able to, DevCore has the chance to tie it. Now, the interesting thing is, this is not the first time we've had a tie. Earlier this year in the spring, we had a 3-way tie on the top of the Master of Pwn standings. OV, a group of researchers from the Netherlands, I believe, and then, you guessed it, DevCore. So it could be very interesting to see if DevCore could repeat as a tie for Master of Pwn. That would be, that'd be unprecedented. But tomorrow is day 4 of PWN2OWN, which in itself is unprecedented. We've never had a PWN2OWN go 4 days before. And I'm trying to get the exact number for the payouts of PWN2OWN over time. It's a lot. It's a lot. And it includes, so it's not just the cash that we've awarded, it's all of the laptops that we've awarded. You pwn a laptop, you own the laptop. It's all of the routers. You should see our office. It looks like a Best Buy. There's printers everywhere, routers, you name it. It's all over the place. We still got Oculuses from like a couple years ago, like in a drawer, just hoping one day to find a home, like on the island of misfit toys. There was the one year we gave away a Tesla too. Well, we didn't give it away. Somebody won it. But yeah, so cash and prizes really have totaled up over the years. I'll try to get an exact number to you, Eric. I won't let you down. But I also want to get it accurate. So it's been a ride. We're headed towards our 50th anniversary next March in Vancouver. We've got one more day of amazing stuff. 2 entries tonight, 4 entries tomorrow. Please join us tomorrow. We're going to have so much fun. I promise I'm going to drag a few more people in to talk with me while we do this, and we're going to get their insight into it as well. Maybe I'll have Michael in here, and he can explain to you why he gets up so early. I can't find a good excuse otherwise. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun on our last day, and we're going to crown a Master of Pwn, and they're going to get this amazing record and this amazing blue jean jacket. And I'm going to shove stickers in all the pockets, and you'll have to find those on your own. So until then, I want to wish everyone a very good evening. Again, stay tuned on Twitter at the ZDI to get the latest on the After Dark proceedings, as well as our blog. And then join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central for the final day of PWN2OWN Austin 2021. Good night, everyone.